Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Live Coding. And still we'll be doing SvelteKit today. We'll keep going through the excellent Next.js Learn course, but implementing with SvelteKit, the other great meta framework outside of Next.js. As a reminder, this is where we ended up with the Next.js course. We have this dashboard that you can create it yourself if you go through the free course, or you can go to the link that is in the description and play around, click around with it. And what we've been doing in these streams is re-implementing with SvelteKit. So you can see that it looks very, very similar. They're using the nicer icons by the Tailwind team, although those are nice as well. And we've done a few slightly different design decisions. And we did do, at the end of the last live stream, this cute chart, which does animate. So strictly better, right? And it's the third part of going through the course. The second one started a bit rough with database seeding, a lot of work there, but I think it's worth it. And I will be showing you why in a moment. And in the end, we did do a lot of cool stuff, a lot of chat interactions and suggestions from the comments. And we did do this chart, bringing in Svelte.js. So nothing too fancy. This is not Svelte specific or React specific or anything. Just a library that works with JS. Maybe not the best solution, but a very popular solution. And looks quite nice for now. We may refactor later. What we'll be doing today is the invoices functionality here, where you can filter through all your invoices to find particular customers or particular amounts, even if you want to do that. And you can also create a new invoice by going through this. We don't have that at all in our SvelteKit app. We'll be building it today. What we do have is page transitions. So that looks cool. We did that as well in the previous live stream. Let me know if you're having fun today, if you're working along with me, or you're just listening, or what you're doing, but we'll get right into it. So the agenda is this, the app. We have shown, we do have the regular dashboard route where we will be building the login functionality as the last episode, but you can just go to the dashboard to see the nice chart and all these things that are delayed on purpose. We have an artificial delay just to show off the skeleton UI that we built. We're streaming this data later after the rest of the page loads. We'll be building this today. Streaming demo. So seeding demo. So you'll see that the production deployment is talking to the same database as the Next.js deployment. Let's switch to the scope view before I forget. But my local host is talking to my local database. And you can see that the numbers are different. And I can run a command on my terminal to reset the database, run all the migrations and reseed our database. And then I get different data. So I can test out different situations, I guess, or get some variety in my app and therefore my life. So I do want to do everything. Seems like it was quite fast. And now you'll see different numbers. These placeholders, avatars, sometimes work, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure when. Like sometimes I think this kind of service is down and sometimes it's eventually up. So we'll eventually see them all nicely here. But for now, like they do crash. Maybe we're just overloading them with requests. But that's by the by. Seeding functionality, I think it's quite cool. Different numbers here. Maybe cool for tests. You want deterministic tests in that they always pass or they fail for a reason. But randomizing your test, like your test input, could be a good idea to ensure that you haven't like hard-coded a solution or something. Another question that I was asked, there was the Svelte conference a few days ago, some excellent talks there, and Rich also dropped Svelte 5 pre-release there, saying that he will put a disclaimer of you shouldn't ship this in production, but he knows us by this point that we are going to ship this in production. And my question is, does this, not production app, obviously, just work with the Svelte pre-release. Let's see, there are some features from Svelte 5, like runes, which we will be trying out, and the snippets especially. But let's see if it actually is gonna work. So I do believe if on Svelte, say 500-0 will catch beta, alpha, pre-release candidates if we do this. Let's install. We're using pm here. Let's see if it finds that Svelte pre-release. It looks like it, although some packages are like, I don't understand. Like it should be like between 3 and 4, really. Either 3 or 4 your Svelte version. I don't know what this 5 thing you're working with is, but maybe it just works. We'll see. I won't spend too much time on this. Just a regular curiosity. The answer is it just doesn't. It happens. Yeah, we're not gonna debug this. I think I've seen that the way they process CSS, you need to specify whether it's like inline or not, but that's by the by. We don't want to debug pre-release versions of Svelte just yet, a bit too early. So Svelte 4, bring that in, still gonna be quite good. Our app still gonna be running. We're back. So, does it work with Svelte 5? Nope. But we did it. Let's see in next learn what the chapter number 10 is going to be about, which corresponds to service and Pagination. Right, so before we get right into it, Paul, with a great question once again, what's the difference between testing styles, different testing styles? Well, there ones you're familiar with is TDD, which stands for test-driven development, and BDD, which is behavior-driven development. So, a long time ago, engineers only wanted to write unit tests that just checked for no and undefined and that sort of thing. If you're using a type language like TypeScript, then you have a surface area of tests that you aren't really running. Some people would call them as like static tests, which may be a term that people aren't familiar with, but it means that instead of you manually needing to have a test that checks this method needs to take this, if I'm passing in that, then it needs to do something else. A lot of those things, am I passing the correct parameters to these methods? A lot of those things are covered with static tests like that if you're using a type language like TypeScript or JavaScript with comments or whatever you're doing nowadays. Then those tests are usually the easiest to write, is the problem. So people would get confidence from their code base by just having those tests there and getting 100% code coverage because it's easy to do with these tests. But very often they also kind of snapshot your code base. They take a picture of your code base and you ensure that if it ever changes, let me know. But that's not really what you want. You don't want to confirm that your code base never changes. You want to confirm that the functionality never changes. And as you slide towards more BDD, more behavior-driven development, you slide towards the, I don't really care about the implementation detail, I care about the behavior. If I click this, does that happen? If I see this on the screen and I click there, do I then see that on the screen? The thing with browser-driven development is that the tooling took a while to become quite good. In the previous live streams with Next.js, we did finish by bringing in Playwright and writing some tests. Of course, all of those are not test-driven development or behavior-driven development because we've built the app and then we added the tests in retrospect. But that's better than nothing, and it gets you some confidence. That's sort of fake TDD or fake PDD, better than nothing. And you can see some examples if you search in my channels for Playwright. You'll find some examples of how I'm using the Playwright. I have some examples of how you use my favorite TDD example with vtest, and that should get you going And yeah, a lot of, because the tooling for more PDD has been slower to mature, there's a lot of content about unit tests and not really meaningful tests. So what's out for those, the tooling is getting better, and therefore the teaching and the learning content is getting better as well. So hopefully we'll have more engineers being able to more easily write more meaningful tests in the future. Hopefully that was a cool aside. So we could PDD this, especially since we have like the functionality from the Next.js app, and your user doesn't care if you're using Next.js or Svelte or Vue or whatever else you have. They care, do I see the correct numbers? Can I create invoices? Can I delete invoices? Can I mark them as paid? All of that. Behavior-driven development, because it's more realistic, will cover those scenarios. While with more old school unit testing, test-driven development, you may be checking explicitly, am I calling set state here, like this React method? Am I calling that React method or this database method? But if you switch frameworks or switch databases, then your test will break, but maybe the functionality is the same. It's I have a lot to say about the testing, so it's hard to get out of this rabbit hole. But as I said, I have said a lot in the past, so have a look at those. I'll be doing an updated video in the future too. All right, so search and pagination. We will be implementing this feature in the invoices. You type in something, and you get only the related results. What's related mean? Like, the chapter doesn't make it clear, but it seems like it will check for customer name or email or amount or any of that. We'll iron out the spec as we go. And they have quite a lot of starting code, so I guess we can just start by implementing this. And yes, Paul, about testing, pretty much it does come out implementation versus behavior based. The thing with browser tests and behavior based is that they almost always take much longer to run because you need to spin up a real browser, for example. So node based tests that are implementation based can help you cover edge cases faster. So that's the way that I often like to mix up my tests. For example, I would have the navigation smoke test. If I click this, do I go there? Do I see this? If I search, do I get this result? Can I create an invoice? This would be my browser-based BDD test if I was doing this, not on a live stream, because lots of people get bored when I write tests. But in reality, I would often do it like that. And then I would have the unit tests that would try to cover specific spec and implementation details. So a number formatter, for example, I would have that can check, if I give you this number, do I get this back? If it's over 1,000, then I want it truncated to say 1.2K, like to use this syntax, this short form format. If it's over 1,000,000, then I want to say MM in the end. That's something I would TDD. I would test the implementation detail better, and that's the cases better with Node test runner, not in the browser, because those would take, I think, too long, and having your test run fast is also important. You need to strike the balance of how much confidence is this giving me that things are working correctly versus how much time do I have to wait between my pull request is able to be burned because I need to wait 2 hours for the browser test to run. So yeah, basic behavior I usually do with browser tests, and then the edge cases is what I would catch with a unit test in TDD. Cool. So let's see here. This page is empty. Let's see if we can make it nicer. Routes, dashboard, invoices is where this page is. Indeed, we made it. And I want us to replace it with this. We're bringing in fonts slightly differently. So we can say here that We want font serif for the heading. The importance and purpose of testing. Testing allows you to roll with the punches. So especially when you're learning, it may seem like you're spending too much time trying to write the tests. I'll get into the test later. Arian, also welcome in the chat. We've only went over what we've done before, and we're just talking about how we'll be making this functionality. The invoices page, we're just making now to lay it out nicely, paginate it with no filtering, and then we'll be adding the search bar here, the search functionality, and then we'll be actually creating new invoices. That's my goals for today, which should take us up to the authentication part of the course, which we will leave for maybe the last course. So the search component would be here, creating those would be here. Suspense is not really a thing. Then we'd have a table here, and then we'd have a pagination here. All right, it looks the same. I see no difference. And I guess we could extract this into two different components. Let's do the table first though, because that should be the most valuable thing in this page. And visually it just looks quite nice. So let's copy that code. They don't give it to us in the course because they're bringing in the table from ready-made React components. So let's find it here, the invoices table. It is also fetching the invoices itself, which we'll need to do. So let's create that table, Svelte. Paste this in. Every class name should actually be class, as it is in HTML, not JavaScript. And this component should have invoices. So let's get a script tag here. And the way you map in SvelteKit land is you do its invoices as invoice. And then somewhere around here, I guess, we say end its with slash its. And here we have an image component. Yes, maybe we can just have this. As we've mentioned in the previous chapter, we can't really optimize the images when they are not in our own domain, when we can't commit them in version control as easily with SvelteKit versus Next.js, but we can still specify width and height to kinda ensure that at least we don't get layout shift. So we definitely ensure that no layout shift, which is bad. It would be a bad score on one of the 3 core web vitals. But still, we're not ensuring that this image is actually as small as possible. This is a new thing. Format currency, do we have this helper? I guess we do. I don't think we have the format date, so let's just put the date here. another it's. Right, so I guess this is the heading of the table where we just say you're gonna see the names of the columns. You're gonna see columns with these names, and then you actually map through it again. Kind of interesting. Invoices as invoice, and no keys either. SvelteKit just knows. And here in the it's block, will we get anything decent? We get something if we bring this table in. All right, I'll give some data to this thing, and then I'll go back to questions. So this page, once again, will be loading data, so maybe I can go on questions. So what's the significance and why behind the importance and purpose of testing? So in real life, things change. You have some assumptions, they're gonna change. You think you're gonna be building this product, actually you need to build this other product. That happens whether you're working alone or you're working as part of a team in a big company. And if you don't have tests, the feeling, and something that I hope I won't ever hear again in my life, but if I do, I will explain kindly, is we didn't have time for tests. In the beginning, you may think that setting up all these tests, learning how to write tests, learning TDD and BDD will cost you time that you'll never see back. But because in reality, you'll need to roll with the punches, the specs will change. If you do have meaningful tests and you have confidence in them, it means when reality strikes and you need to change stuff, you have confidence that so long as the tests are green, you can change things up. So if you think that something is like a straight up value, like you get a number like 5243, but then you realize actually this should be an object that has a label and a value. Doing that refactor may be harder if you don't have something like TypeScript, if you are not using a static language where your editor can help you do that sort of refactor and catch you if you forgot one place where you changed this thing that used to be a number to an object that has some properties. And if you don't have the test to tell you, all right, you did the refactor, will you deploy on Friday? If you have confidence in your tests, then you're able to just do it. If you don't have confidence in your tests or not tests, then it means someone needs to manually click around and see, does this still work or did I break everything? If I broke everything and don't have tests, I don't know where to start from debugging. It will take you longer. And also, you could be making your end user, your tester, your quality assurance. Maybe no one checks whether your code broke, and then you get a phone call from a customer or an email, or you lose someone forever. And that's the value behind testing, I'd say. How big the code base is? Check out the GitHub and let me know. Don't keep track of those numbers. Arian, can you briefly mention the things you can only do on Next.js versus Svelte? Like Next.js has the image optimization and stuff. Yeah, so Next.js does offer the Vercel in-house image optimization as well as another framework that I think Next, they do it for Next as well. Not sure. Or for Astro. probably for Astro. So if you're using Astro with React, you can use an Next.js image component and Vercel will automatically optimize the images for you. That's the big one that you can easily do with Next.js and React versus Svelte. The other big one that I've mentioned before is the open graph images. So if you WhatsApp someone a link, or if you share on Discord and you get this nice banner, those dynamic banners, if they are dynamic, are much easier to do with Next.js and harder to do with Svelte, because the Next.js solution does use a library Vercel has open sourced and works with anything, but it is much easier to work with in JSX, the React style of writing components. If you're using Svelte and SvelteKit, it's very hard to tell the server, I want this to be a JSX response, and therefore it's much clunkier to use that library. And also, Next.js does do its own magic where you don't need to pass in parameters between endpoints. Just setting that whole thing up is much easier in Next.js, but technically you can do it with SvelteKit. And what can you do with SvelteKit that you cannot do with Next.js? I should probably prepare for this, but I did find you can do most things with one or the other. It's just the amount of effort. I do think now that maybe SvelteKit, you can do internal standardization a bit easier than Next.js app router, because they've updated the docs and it's not the most straightforward thing in the world to do internal standardization if you don't want to have a language parameter at the start of your route. So if you are willing to have a /en or /fr or el, if you are willing to prefix every route of yours with a language parameter, then you can do it with Next.js. That's the thing. But I do think as it is, it's a bit easier to set up with SvelteKit, even when you don't want to use that language prefix. But that's definitely worth looking into. I think you can build anything with anything after all. So a graph would be more appropriate. Like this takes this much effort with Next.js, this takes this much effort with Svelte, and that would be quite useful. And it's a great question. All right, let's make this nicer. Let's fetch some data here and reinforce our learnings from our previous live stream. Because the way you load data in SvelteKit, you have paid server methods if you want to load them on the backend, on the server. So routes, dashboard, invoices, page of Svelte, we have this. And on the main dashboard route, we can take inspiration from that one and just paste our plus page of server.ts from there and see what we had. So we had a few helper methods that we wrote ourselves for the dashboard data. And we're hitting those methods and we're not awaiting them as we are streaming eventually that content there, which I guess is what we want to do here in the Next.js example. Or maybe not. Let's double check. Yeah, there is a suspense boundary here, so they do want some skeleton UI, which we can build. We can build here. Great. So yeah, we will be streaming that. And we will be streaming the invoices, I guess. And then kind of using them. TypeScript is like, why are you using an empty array for this? It's kind of useless. But there is a use. So here we can wait. SvelteKit magic means that if we export data, I'll do it here. Hey Victor, hello to Kenya. One of my favorite beach volleyball partners has some roots in Kenya. And I haven't seen him since last time I was in London. I do miss him. Great guy. And I'm sure you're a great guy as well. Thanks for joining. TypeScript autocomplete trying to like help us here, but not quite. Whenever I do ... my editor is trying to help me, but it's failing. Failing dramatically. Alright, so these things, we don't actually want to be an empty array. And it feels like what we've done before is we have a lib.server to ensure that these functions or whatever we have here only runs on the server. And we had that dashboard data section with all the helper methods for dashboard data. We could have fetch invoices file. Let's just export const fetch invoices. This is going to be an async method. I guess we're bringing in the Prisma client we have, and from invoices, find many include customer, like the copilot trying to really help me here. Include the customer, indeed. And we'll see about the order as well. I guess we can see the latest invoices here. Find many, include customer. We're not doing ascending or descending, but this reminds me that in the Next.js example, this is only 5 or 6 invoices. Let's have a look. So we only get 5 as latest invoices. So instead of us who are doing the latest 1000 invoices. With Prisma, you can take a specific amount by saying take 5. So take 5 won't make us go on a break, but it will just fetch the latest 5 ones here. Cool. I was reminded of this because we'll probably need it quite soon to do the pagination. And in here our invoices can be fetch invoices. And here I would expect that this would look nicer at this point, because I do think we're passing down the invoices fine. Let's see. So here, well, it's not like in this, but that's fine. We want to type this a bit better. It's invoice with customer. So it's a union invoice that also has a customer, who's a customer Prisma. And it's an array of rows. And that should be fine. All we need is to actually return this. And bam, invoices. Got them. Nice. I hope the placeholder avatars do start appearing soon, because they just look nicer. We need to format this to a localized date. Here. have this permanent currency in cents helper. Let's do format date. And I can only imagine this is a date object. Interesting. But do not disturb. Yeah. Am I being hacked live? Who knows? So this method we're making is gonna be formatting date. We're gonna use native method. And say that formatter format date, and let's try to use that in the UI. As I mentioned before, this would have been a great case for TDDN table. Bring this in. Not quite formatted, but I think it's like 2 places where we need it. Here. All right, so we do get formatted date. We can give it some options. Formats like short or long or whatever else. Let's have a look. I love MDN for looking things up. Date style. Date style short. Medium. Yeah, medium is what we want. And just for posterity, say short. It's what we had, I guess the default. Long. Medium. Cool. What else do we need in this table? We do have the avatar. I guess there should be an avatar component somewhere, because we are using them in the dashboard previews here as well. In the latest invoices. So that should be the same. Ah, no, the avatars here are a bit bigger, but very similar. They have different margin right. Interesting. But they don't need margin right. If they didn't have margin right, they'd be stuck, but you can do like gap 4 here, and then they are unstuck. Great. And similarly, in the invoices, and look at these transitions, quite nice, quite cool. Here in the table, we don't need this. We just need gap 2. We're good to go. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this to extract into a component. Just avatar built. And how it would work. script tag, like always, export let source string, export let alt string. Should be the alt. Sure. And size. Put that size. Number. So size and size. So you become an avatar. No class, source yes, no width, no height. But instead a size of 28. And visually this should be the same. And then these invoices we can keep the alt consistent as well. So visually we should have changed nothing in both cases, but in reality if we do decide to optimize images in some way, so if we have like a picture element that has an image element inside that has a few versions of this, like a NAVIF format or a P format, finally a PNG format, and different sizes for different media viewports, then we can just refactor this one place and we're done. Or if we want like them to have a shadow or whatever, just the one place to remember we're using user avatars here. So that's why it took the effort to do this. And visually it's getting close. I guess we have a status component. Invoice status. Oh wow. Should be fun. We may use this elsewhere, but for now let's just keep it here. Every class name should be class. CLSX, not a real thing. Conditional classes. I think we've done conditional classes here before. So we'll need to do it again. I think there is a way to do it without extracting the variable, but maybe it's just better to extract the variable anyway. So let's do a script tag. Editor decided not to help this time. And pending classes equals these. And paid classes. These. In my head, I think there is a better way to do this, but can't quite remember. Like if you have used the same name, it's gonna auto-alias it or something like that. Paid. All right. Does it for this, and then we're doing a check. Don't need this thing. We do ifs in SvelteKit. Status is pending. We show pending and a clock icon. Let's get this one. Paid. Else, or just specific if blocks is what they were doing here. Yeah, else if. Is that a thing in SvelteKit? Am I making it up? Like elif? Nothing like that. Is it else if? Yeah, got it. We got there in the end. All right, will this work? We do need to sort the status, which can be either pending or paid. Or maybe it can do something else, I'm not sure. But we'll find out right now. So this can be any string. Wow. So let's just say any string, it's fine. And these look like they're not used, so I think they won't be applied. Unfortunately. Yeah, paid, pending, we have a clock. Oh, why not check icon? Is it because it's white on white? Right, so on the background it's going to be visible, but we're not applying the background. These should be the classes. I've done like a complicated tailwind example of this. But let's have it spelled multiple conditional. Hey Victor again, when I use image versus picture, we are using picture element somewhere in this app, and I'll have a look, let you know where exactly. So on the dashboard, it's definitely an image optimization technique. Picture is a more modern HTML element, or used more commonly now in modern times. The easiest thing is to just use the image element. You put in a source and that's it. You put in your image and that's it. If you can, you should always specify width and height, because if you don't, you will be experiencing some layout shift when your image eventually loads, because it will load after the rest of your content, because your server cannot load the image for you. Essentially, the browser will need to have the instruction of width and height to know how much place on the screen to eat up, waiting for the image to load, and then the image will load and nothing will slide down. The picture component, the cool thing about it is that you can specify multiple sources, like different types of images. So AVIF is nowadays considered the best compressed image format that still maintains detail. WebP is second best and almost universally supported. And finally, we have like the image component here, which is where we specify the width and the height, and we give the a PNG format, which literally everyone supports nowadays. The cool thing with the picture element is that it will keep going through the sources that you have defined until it finds one that the browser does support. So if the user's browser does support a VIF, it will load whatever you give it there, and end of story. It will not read the rest. That's it. But if it doesn't support a VIF, it will go and see, does it support WebP? All right, then it will load this image and keep going until it finds a format that's supported. That's why it's good to end on image PNG or JPEG, which will always be supported. With image, you can't really do something like that with fallbacks. So picture, one way to use it is, and the common way to use it is to put in the most, the best image format first, but which may not have universal browser support, and then keep going until you reach the format that everyone will be supporting. And you can do some other tricks with the picture as well, and the sources, like providing different instructions. As we don't do here, we do this image replacement with elements with classes on the image class itself, but we could be doing it with specifying the source set and media queries here. So we can use the picture element to conditionally say if the screen is much wider, then it's this image that we want, which we have taken care of to be a wider image that will look better on bigger viewports. But if it's a smaller viewport, then load this image only, which is going to be looking better when you view it on mobile. That's the gist of it, picture versus image. As mentioned before, Next.js with React does have an image component that you can use that behind the scenes is doing all of this kind of hard work that we're doing manually here in the SvelteKit. So behind the scenes, it may be using the picture component with the various sources, or it may be using some other tricks to make sure that you serve the best performing image to your users. Getting images right is very important, as they are one of the prime reasons that you may be scoring badly on Core Web Vitals. And Core Web Vitals are actually legit metrics that are a great signal of whether users will convert in your website. Are they having a good time? Right. So is this one, are they just adding the colon all the time? I guess so. The active class. Okay, so that's how I remembered this. We apply the active class like this. Sure. So let's try to move it like this. Or conditional classes. Status classes, let's see. So we can actually do it here. Status is pending, question mark. Then we want these guys. Or else, if the status is paid, the status is paid, another question mark, then I want these classes. Or else I want no classes. And we can say status classes. Is that how they did it? Active class? So just subclasses, and that's it. Maybe not. It's not a special component, is it? It is a reactive assignment, but I don't think that changes anything. But maybe it does. Let's see. So if we reactively assign it, does it change anything? The answer is no. Ah, it's inside like the class thingy. Yeah, so this is like the unique to Svelte way, and this is a more common way to do it, which I do like best. And I don't need to do curlies here, so I think this will just work now. The answer is no. How come? It's like a much older. Ooh, different variable name. Oh, Johnny. So this, if I manage to copy it correctly, it will work. Indeed, it does. My question is, does it work like without the template literal? All right, cool. No need for template literal. You just apply this, and you've got your UI sorted. Cool. And we do have a couple components that are doing something funky for editing and deleting. I guess they're just buttons, but can be extracted. So let's see what I got here. In the table, we have the update invoice, which is a link. Right, it's not a button. Interesting. So yeah, maybe we don't really need it. And we just want an anchor. Yeah, just an anchor with pencil icon or whatever. Copilot kinda knows what it's doing. Kinda not. We decided to add some classes. For the fun of it. And interestingly, they don't have labels, they don't have text, which is not great for accessibility. So update invoice kind of sorted, and I guess it's the regular text color. Again, it's an anchor, so it's kind of getting overridden. Global CSS, what do we have there? Yeah, are we specifying the color of the body? Not really, so it's gonna be black. and something similar for deleted invoice, or maybe not. Is this a button? Yeah, this is a form and a button. I'll be implementing this soon. Alright, so we have these things, these buttons, everything looks great to be honest. Let's look at localhost, don't need this anymore. Coming in nicely. And the big difference, oh, do they have different tables? Wow, so they have different tables according to the viewports. That's why some things we will need to do twice, like the status component and the update and delete. Interesting. So now it makes sense to create a different component. If we could use Svelte 5, then we'd be creating a snippet here as well. Like inline would be creating a snippet, but that's not a thing yet. So invoice, like delete invoice Svelte. Yank this, put it here. Trust I can get it in. This will need some variables to know which invoice we're deleting, but we'll be doing that later. Surely we'll need to pass the invoice ID. Should we just do it now? Here. All right, and I guess let's have like a hidden input or like value, name, ID, value, it's the ID that we gave it. So that's a cool thing. Buttons can also be inputs as well. So if we submit the form, we should have this ID. Even though we don't have a hidden input. Usually you'd be using either a visible input, obviously, or a hidden input for that sort of thing, but you can just use the button, I think. Hey, Longo, nice to see you in the chat. Can't wait for Svelte 5. It's gonna be exciting. Yeah, you never think about how often I would have wanted to have like a component inside a component. But the way Rich did his demo, and it just so happens that now I would be like, oh yeah, I would love to create this component inside here instead of going into a different file, for example. So that'd be neat. And of course I do want to play with runes and that way of doing state and side effects as well. It's gonna come. Click here, so we need to pass ID, invoice ID, and there should be another place where we delete. It's here. Oh, Next.js did the exact same thing with the properties. Sure. And therefore, we need to do a component. for that as well. For this one, let's maybe start from this date invoice. But it will actually look like this. Test ID here. Bring in the pencil icon, not the draft icon. Now we want to update invoice here. And the exact same thing somewhere else. Here. Alright, so it's looking nice. What's the pencil versus pencil icon? Do they just look the same? Looks like it. Alright. That's an alias, I guess. And in the big screen, now it does appear. Great. And let's not forget the status component here. So now we're cooking. Cool. So lots of invoices. We need some pagination, maybe, probably, like instead of fetching everything. Oh, what's going on there? Do the invoices go forever? Do they go beyond like this screen? Yeah, it looks like it. Something funky going on here with my scrolling. But we're gonna fix that because it looks like we'll only be getting a few of them. Should only be getting 6 at a time. So if we go to our server load method, it looks like we'll need to update this. Take 6. Only that should be dynamic. So we are indeed only fetching 6 now, so it's gonna look all nice and good. And we'll make it go to the next pages, but in order to do that, the take parameter, I guess, can be dynamic, but maybe it doesn't need to be dynamic. Something that should be dynamic should be the skip parameter. So the way you do offset with Prisma, I believe, is with the skip parameter. So let's see if we start with Lindsay 366 if we skip 1. Yeah, Lindsay 366 if we skip 1. So to do pagination, we need this to be dynamic. And we could have this be like super dynamic. I guess we can do that. I'm not sure if we want to expose this or not, but I will. Number, take number. And now in our load method, this is where we say, and we can have like items per page 6. Say take items per page. Maybe this could be like defaulted as well. generic. Wow, this made it hard crass. Super crass. So now our load method can say how much we need to take. And therefore, it should somehow magically get a parameter of which page we want. So we should be able to say page 1 or page 2. And I'll just have a look at the Next.js thing to see what they call them. I just have a query, like how do they do the page thing? Page, let's just say page, fair enough. So I want to keep like the same thing. So we're imagining, so this is a point where we will be using our URL as our state manager, really, because why introduce something more complex? Okay. We want to make our URL here on dashboard invoices be able to take a page 4, and then we go to the 4th page of results, which is decent because then you have something that you can copy and paste like snack, and then your colleague can go to the page that you're in as well without messing about with filters, because it's not like client-side state or something. It's like the URL defines which page you're looking at. So in SvelteKit, you do get this URL, which has certain params, and we don't want to send, we want to get a page or 1. Has. So if it has a page parameter, then we can parse the integer of the page parameter, so that's going to be a string, or we're going to say page is going to be 1. And TypeScript is not clever enough to know that if I do the has, it's going to be fine. I say a string here, will it believe me? Yeah, so since I've done the has page here, if that's truthy, then this is going to be a string. So I can use it here to parse the int, and then pass it in here. But actually, I can't just pass it to the page. I need to say that I need to specify the skip, how many you want to skip. We're going to skip page -1 times the items per page. Commonly in UI, even this would be dynamic, the how many items you see per page, because you can have 6 items, like 20 items, you can have the user select the amount of items within reasonable standards. So page 1, Darlene Krona, no parameter, Darlene Krona, and the question is, if I do page 2, do we get anything other than Darlene Krona 259? And the answer is yes. So that probably works. So that's neat. What do we do now? I guess we need like a way for the user to actually go to the multiple pages without them needing to go to the URL, say page 2 and page 3 and all of that. And also, these aren't ordered by date, so let's fix that. Like ordered by, is that the real thing? Date. So yeah, November. Hey, is that today? Almost yesterday. So now they're ordered. Cool. And again, usually in tables, people love providing this functionality to the user, like sort by this, sort by this. We won't be doing that today because that's like a week long sprint or more. That'd be a lot of work. And what we are going to be doing is the Pagination UI. So here they do have like this nice arrow thingy where you can select. Let's see if we can just copy it from them. And let me check, is it like outside of the table? Here they have a pagination component, which interestingly enough, they do a separate request for this is going to be quite complicated. We may not do it just yet and move on to like mutations and form actions, which I think is going to be more interesting. Essentially, we know that we need to tell this component how many pages are total, and we could do this a few ways. We could have our server load method from the start also respond with how many records you totally have, and therefore be able to tell you that there are like 2 pages or 3 pages or something like that. That'd be neat. But I think wow, like we need to add search functionality as well. That's crazy. So let's do that first because that may be easier. So this thing. Pagination is tricky. So this thing does it have a separate search field? What does it have? It has a search and a create invoice. So I'm looking for this. And they have a common search component, I guess, that they'll use elsewhere. Let's copy that. And interestingly, this component is responsible for changing the URL search params. I guess that's what they had us do in the course. So first things first, let's create this smart component. Search.svelte. Everything should be class. I don't want that change handler. And I guess they are exposing placeholder. But it's doing its own magic. Or here. Or you could get around this by doing like this, I guess. But it's screen reader only, so not quite. Yeah, if you don't do this, you may need a dynamic ID for this if you think you may have multiple of this component in the same page, because IDs need to be unique. But we're not. In any case, I guess we need access to the page store. And see if there is a query here, but we could also get its parent component to given it this. Let's see how it would look. Get query or this. This is just value. Its default value like a React thing. Hey Paul, the bounce callback, we'll go back to that one because we haven't implemented it yet. We got it from the other website, but just quickly, I guess, we are debouncing the certs as users write in this input. If they keep writing, so within 300 milliseconds or something, which is a regular human typing speed, we will not be searching for results. But the moment 300 milliseconds pass, then our search actually executes. So our search debounces 300 milliseconds or however much we want it, because we don't want to run the search every time they put in a character, which would happen if they were to type every slow, but that's fair enough because maybe that was intentional. But if it's within 300 milliseconds, then it's quite likely that it wasn't intentional. They just meant to keep typing and then see results. And you don't want to have to hammer your backend service with things like that, which would also result to bad UI. So the logo says, a surprise to learn in one of the Svelte Summit talks that placeholders is not good for accessibility, even with a label. That's quite interesting. I haven't gone through all of the Svelte Summit talks because they were 4 hours. I've went through Rich's and the internationalization one, but I do plan to go through all of them. And kind of makes sense, I guess. I'll need to see the talk to form opinions. It's like things like hover states and like more animations and stuff like that. I know that as most of us developers do delight in those things, but in reality, and that's because we are who we are, and it's hard to stay inclusive and think of accessibility when you don't put yourself in that position. Where am I trying to go with this? Well, I'm trying to go that if someone else tells me that this may be bad for accessibility, I'd be like, oh, that sounds like it's gonna make sense. That's something I haven't experienced because I'm trying to not be ableist, but you just need to be told what may hinder someone and what may not. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that talk for sure. Because in my head, it's like, oh, skeleton UI, placeholders, like they look cool. Or are we not talking about... there are two kinds of placeholders. So I was thinking about placeholder UI. And I'm quite interested to know, are these bad for accessibility? Or input placeholders are bad for accessibility? That I wouldn't know. I guess it's a subtle thing that looks cool, and I would, in case of the input placeholders, that I would be less surprised that they're bad for accessibility versus these skeletons. But either one wouldn't surprise me too much because I'm not in a position, so I need to be told what may be hindering someone, and then I'll account for it. Right, input placeholders. We'll see one right now. Thanks for clarifying. So this guy, search Let's go to our page. Let's go to our search. Let's bring this in. So we're talking about this, the search invoices placeholder. So that is indeed very surprising to hear, and we'll have to look more into it. I know that lots of people used to just avoid putting in labels because they're like, oh, the placeholder is like gonna do it for me. And I knew that was bad. But like you, I'm surprised to know that even if you have the label, having a placeholder could be bad for accessibility. So definitely look forward into learning more about it. And I guess maybe is it the temptation, like clearly the designer here was like, only for screen readers I'm gonna have the clear label to say that this is gonna be searching the invoices. But if you're not using a screen reader, which lots of people that want to easily navigate this website will not be using a screen reader, it's gonna be like, you're not getting the label, you're just getting this like cool thing. And like even clicking in the magnifying glass doesn't actually get you to the to the input, which isn't great. Isn't great indeed. Can we fix that? Can we slightly fix that? Like MVP fix that? Wow, my editor is going crazy with this. I didn't like it at all. So, common hack is to nest the input inside the label. And here, oh nice, you're UI UX designer, amazing. Please do let me know helpful content that you found, helpful content that you found lately. It doesn't have to be like YouTube course or regular course, anything that you really found helpful or delightful lately. I'd love to know. So do I want this to grow? Look. Do I want a span here that says search and then we're like SR only? Right, and now we are at the same point as before, but at least when I click the magnifying glass, then I can get into the input. That's something. And it starts from something magic we get from the query parameters here. So if we do have a query, hello, it should start with hello, and indeed it does. All right. Cool. So now we want whatever we have here to affect the data that we're fetching. Interestingly enough, so let's see if that would work as well with SvelteKit, or we may need a different philosophy. First, let's make it so if we search for the lean here, we only see their lean. And similarly to our pages, we'll need to amend our load method and our fetch invoices. Just keep it here. And if that's the case, then we want to pass the query. Let's call it query. Call a spade a spade. But then we need to account for this. And then, is there like a select? What is there? We want to search on the customer name at the very least, and email. So how would we do that? This is a case where maybe like a Prisma row, an SQL row query would do the job slightly better, but we'll see. So I think you can do like, and you can do an OR for having multiple where statements. So customer name. Is it like contains query? Is that the real thing? All right. So we could say args, because we just call them args. Args. Not great. Okay, do it. And if query, then we can do query where this. Is it like default args? How can I type this a bit better? No include. Yeah, it's quite a lot of things here. But I do think it's gonna work. So if we're here, we add a query parameter. Did I paste the correct thing? No. So the query parameter should actually be kind of this. And we should have the query here. But let's have a better look. So, Prisma contains filtering. Case insensitive. Mode insensitive. Oh, this is the default. No, it's not. Sorry. What else? Does it work with include? So maybe we just need the where clause there. So is there a chance that we don't need this this one at all? Let's see. So I'm thinking if we say that this is actually something that defaults to this, instead of include, I think the claim that if you do a where clause here, it's gonna include whatever you have here. So will that work? I'm not sure. Let's see. Didn't like the query. Did I forget to save this? Oh, no. Or empty string. Customers even have a name? I think it's gonna work. It says that we are in like the second page of the results. So maybe it wasn't exactly what we wanted. Right, I will need to log this out. We skip take. All right, skip 0, take 6. So does at least one need to match? It contains like something to pick everything. Is that never finishing? Some listen. Let's do the non-nested one. So where customer name contains anything. No results, but no obvious breakage as well. Let's try catch this. It's saying it's not in trouble. Can we not do ordering with this? How did I do it in XAS? Decent question. find many, select where, get where for query. I made this. Is it because I have a select? Maybe. So let's try that. Do we need to explicitly like put the customer in the select? That's the thing that makes it not work. Tough. That was it. Right. So now that we can't use include with a where clause, but we have to specify to select the customer, bring in the customer model here. That was it. We should be using like explicit selects here anyway, and we definitely want the ID, amount, date, status, and some stuff from the customer. Fair enough. And customer should contain the query. So now we only get their lien. Oh, and the images are back. We stopped hammering them for like a moment, and then it's all good. So now if we don't have the query, get everyone. And if the query is a lien, we get all the liens. But we need to make it work with this. And let's see if it's gonna look wonky with SvelteKit or if it's just gonna look perfect. So on chains, we want to do something not quite what they're saying here. And maybe redirect, like maybe navigate, up navigation, what do they do? Go to. Oh, loading data, here you go. They're out ID, getting those things. I don't think they will say anything for our case. We do have the URL store, the page store, which has the URL, which is read-only, so I don't think even if we mutate that, we're going to do anything. So can we go to page URL? But if we do page URL, search params, set query, anchor target value, first question is, will that do anything? So remove query, type in D, does nothing, good. But if we go to the page URL with the appended search params, it doesn't look like this did anything, unfortunately. Did it? Oh, it did. Do I need to invalidate? It does add it. So it does add the query parameters, but invalidate all, maybe that will just make it work. Let's do invalidate all first. Even with invalidate all, it doesn't seem like it did anything. Do I need to await this? Is it a promise? It is a promise. Do I need a server load method for this? Maybe. So we can see that if I do refresh the page, then it's all good because the query parameter is like nothing. And it does get appended well, but this doesn't rerun, unfortunately. It will rerun if I manually refresh the page, or if I manually like refresh the window here, refresh the current page. So any ideas there? Maybe a client load method would be fine. Separate go-to, this person said from 2 years ago. So if I don't mutate this, maybe it will just work. So if my next URL is a new URL that starts from this, and the next URL set search parameters are this, then, and if I tell them go to the next URL, then maybe then SvelteKit will do something clever. Or maybe not. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't know to refetch this. We do navigate. Like this does update. Not quite the way we want it. But maybe the load function is like client side. So maybe we do need a client side load. Depends, it says, right? Because we're not actively doing a fetch. State supposed to be if they depend on this URL, this should invalidate. I guess invalidate all should be doing this for us. It's gonna be the same, this invalidate all thing. Any load functions should rerun. We're not using fetch. Should we say depends? Maybe that's the thing we're missing. Depends. Hey Paul. So one way to find inspiration, find new ideas. Oh, every time I go for a walk with my puppy, like cycle, whatever, I get new ideas all the time, thousands of ideas. My biggest tip would be try to slide into someone's DMs if you have Instagram or something like that. Try to put up some stories and say, oh, I'm gonna make like a portfolio for you, because that's a big differentiator. No matter if you have the best portfolio in the world, if you just made it for yourself. So like when I interview for jobs, they look at my website, but I can't really say, well, I've built this website. Like, the engineers like to gatekeep and say, you know, that's not anything of real value. But they do get impressed when you build something for someone else, when you build someone for a client. So if you can manage to find someone from your friends that wants a website, then build it for them, and that's it. You can put it on your CV legitimately, and say, I've worked and delivered this. And it is more value than a random project or your own portfolio website, because then you do have a client, you do have someone else that has a spec, that has some demands, and you need to work with them. So it would make you a better co-worker in the end as well. That said, I think for future streams, I may go to like Frontend Mentor and find some games or something to like recreate here, because that'd be for fun and not for CV building. That'd be for my and your entertainment. So I needed this little break because maybe if I say depends here, it's just gonna realize what's happening. Invoices up random. I don't know what this is supposed. I've seen this spacing for like DB, Supabase, or whatever. I'm not sure if it's gonna work or not. Let's see. What else can we do here? Yeah, it's not retriggering. But these are like page loads, so maybe that's the problem. Do server load methods ever invalidate? Do I need to have one for the client? These only run server side, so I guess we're client side and they'll never run. So it feels like this is something that we'd need like to do something client side. But does that mean that we need like a little API for fetching the data? I think that's what we need. So let's make it happen. I don't think we need that. Don't think we need that. Yeah, I think we need a server endpoint. So routes, API, I guess we can have it on the same page, but maybe not. API invoices.ts, invoices plus server.ts. Then we need a server module, because then we can call it from the load method. So where it is? On server modules, maybe here. So let's search for plus server. There you go. So we can have this, and then can we use it from a different page? Maybe. So this can be locally scoped, should be fine. All right, let's make one. And they're not doing the satisfies anymore, great. So it's a get endpoint. And what we want is what we had in our server, which is all of these things. And these things. And return mutation, our helper method, invoices. That's the invoices, I guess. This would be an array. But in this case, we need to await it. We cannot return a promise. So this needs to be async. And I guess this can have a bit of more of an extended API. Limit more as well, yes. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. How are you doing? Nice to see you in the chat today too. Yeah, part 3. I think we'll need 4 for this one. Even though we've done a lot of work today with very little results compared to the Next.js one where we just needed to uncomment a lot of code. And we'll get there. So I think that in this case, what will save us is if we don't have a server-side load method for this page, for this invoices page. Delete, rest in peace. What we do want is a client-side load method, which I haven't used in ages. So I'll need to have a look. I think you can stream data here. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just making this up. Yeah, it needs to be on a server component. Makes sense. Always harder than it seems is what Kirill says, which is definitely true. Although I was certain this would be quite the endeavor today. Like pagination and all this search stuff, that's a lot of work. That takes at least a sprint working in a team. This type hasn't been magically generated from it just yet, but it should come. Does it not know this yet? Why is it only page server load? Not sure. Alright, let's return an empty array here and see if that does anything. So we have the page load method. Oh, it's plus page.ts, I'm making stuff up. Good thing I went to the reference just to refresh myself on how this works, because I rarely use page load methods. So it's kind of the same as it was before, only instead of plus page.server.ts, it's plus page.ts. So now this exists. Alright. And was I too hasty deleting the server stuff? Should be something like this. So URL, get this. And then the query is this, also get it from the page. And then, can we return a promise here? Who knows? But now we want to use the local fetch and fetch API invoices page query. Now it's gonna be our invoices. And with this fetch, this needs to be a sync. And will that work any better? Let's see. Which page am I hitting? Just a random page. So page and query. And limit equals 6. Or limit end. And the question is, do we make it here? Or do we need to say like application JSON accept, something like that? Not got some header or anything. Must have like a fetch example here. So that's the example of what we're doing. We're waiting this fetch, getting a response, and then we get in the JSON of that response. And I guess they're not putting it in a streaming key for now. So let's see. Invoices just work. The answer is no. So we can just hit this one. And is that manually available? As data again? I think so. Like there is a data invoices here. And it does update when I update this too. It's kinda happy. But I guess this thing is not a real thing. the invoices here. It's not a real thing. Yeah, this the response not great. Oh, it is something. It is nested in invoices. No, it's not. It's this thing. So that feels correct. If I don't use the invoices, then we get UI, sure. If I use the invoices, and this breaks. And what if I say, this is just an empty array for now. This does render. So the problem here is that the invoices don't look quite correct. Can I log them? Is that going to be a real thing? And am I awaiting it? Let's see. I am awaiting it. What if I don't await it? Thanks. Let me know if you like it. Second one was fun, but I do a lot of database setup and seeding in the first half. But the second one, the second half, well, everything was exciting for me. I loved doing it, but I think the second and final part was more exciting and visual. But yeah, what's happening here? Let's just do it normally. Don't stream anything. Return the invoices here. The invoices look like they're a real thing. And the invoice route here. Let's just say it's gonna be data invoices. And they're like, this could be anything. But it looks like it's correct, so I don't quite get it. How many times do I need to do the same thing? The definition of insanity. So universal load method has these invoices. Let's have a look. Don't render the table, so it won't crash, but we can actually see what we get back. Which seems to be an array of invoices. So why is our thing flipping out? What's the other console log we have here? Do we ever error out? So I have a feeling that we may be getting somewhere. Guess not. Invalid time value. Is that the only problem we get? Oh, is the problem that the date is like a date object and we can't serialize this? I think they automatically serialize it. So format ISO date. Give it an ISO date, which is actually a string, and then we'll do new date ISO date. I think that may fix things. Format date. Not. Different place, different method, but same place to get it. All right. So what was the problem here? The problem is that you cannot pass date objects around from the server to the client or client to the client. There's some weird serialization problems that were happening, which meant that before, when we were only doing server loading, we were managing to have a date in the end when we came to here, this UI. But now that we switched to the universal load method, then that date object actually became a date string, and our formatting method crashed unexpectedly. That may have been clearer if I had typed this correctly. So this should be database with customer, and also the query, I guess. Should I escape this? So the same thing. So if it has a query, then I want to get the query, but also I want to URL and code or something like that. Encode query. Encode query component. So if the query has like special characters, they'll be escaped. And that needs to be this. All right, why did we do all of this? We did all of this hoping that this will make our search functionality work. I'm disappointed to say that it doesn't, not yet. But, and we are saying invalidate all. So that's not great. So we are using fetch here, so surely it should be doing something. If I just invalidate, what happens? Let's see, can we do invalidate all there manually? instead of doing all of that, so play part. Interesting. What if I don't navigate? Say invalidate all. So my URL doesn't get updated. I do want to. State, what does state do? I'm not sure. Do the docs here say anything? It's not an external URL. Play state, what does it do? So yeah, this should rerun, but not quite. It says, see this, we have seen. Quite puzzling. URL in question via pets or depends? What does depends mean? Including query parameters, right? So that's something. But this should invalidate everything, and it invalidates nothing. So here we could check the URLs and then invalidate them manually. But this one doesn't quite. And again, this go-to thing does have an invalidate all property. Yeah, server methods. What haven't we tried? Wait, the go to and then invalidate all? Maybe. It doesn't make sense because the refresh does make it actually reload. So I must be missing something here. For sure. And the depends functionality, I guess, somewhere we can retry that. Kind of seen it here. But we're just throwing everything that gets in sync in here. Maybe it's because this is a component, I guess. That's the only thing that remains. That it doesn't know the page we're on and it doesn't actually run the magic methods here. I guess that's the thing to try next. So we get this from here. Oop. It seems like we've messed something up with the UI as well. Interesting. Can I call go to from anywhere? Examples here, I guess. Surely it should be fine. But then again, that's the only thing to check. So instead of this having an on-chains, we just will forward the on-chains here. And we're using this in the page.svelte invoices route. And here, say on chains, actually do everything. Didn't quite like that. Right, so what's the problem? Too many curlies. Enough curlies. Right. So this one. to know it's an event for an HTML input element. Okay. Bring the page store, all of these things. Well, that still updates the URL the same. But it refuses to reload all the methods. Yeah, I will need to take this offline because I'm just stuck here. What else can we do? We can go to the create invoice stuff, I guess, and put parentheses on this one. Unfortunately, or not. I'll keep this functionality in the search component. Select there, so undo that. Forget this ever happened. Let's go to our search component. Keep this. And maybe after this, isn't window reload? Window location output. Why doesn't that work? Does this crash? Is there an error here? Are you crazy? Does this one change never fire? Have I been dreaming this all along? Is this because I'm not binding like this value? Oh my god. Alright. The classic I forgot to bind type of situation. Oh my god. It is. It is. Alright, things are starting to make sense here. We'll make a comeback. Just yet. Can we even start like this? Kind of like sometimes fires. Not all the time. Doesn't always make it there. Of course, we're waiting for unfocus for this to fire. But it doesn't actually reload. So what's this about? So the value correctly starts from the search parameters. Can update. Not quite correctly. Waits for unfocus. Is it like on keystroke that we should be looking at this? Is it? Just on chains here. Is it because I made it async? Probably not. It definitely happens like only on focus, on loss of focus. Default. What could it be doing? I want default. Probably nothing. The bound value. Let's check that out as well. List. Then it kind of loses it. I'm not gonna reload. I thought that this would have fixed things, like because the URL changes, then it should be getting to the correct place, which would be forcing the refetch. These are the same. And clearly this has different results when this happens, but it's not happening. Oh well. I often forget to bind values in Svelte, especially when I've done a bit of React before. So I really thought that this may have been it, but clearly the answer is no. Oh well. There's something to look at offline. Let's see if I can do the SvelteKit Form Actions instead. So instead of all of that, sets and pagination will be going into mutating data. What else do they do here? Because we have pagination to do as well. The debouncing, but we ain't even running it once, so we won't be debouncing it just yet. Let's mutate some data. Instead of server actions, we're gonna be using SvelteKit actions, form actions, which are quite similar, clearly inspired by each other. All the meta frameworks, Remix included. We won't be doing use server and that sort of thing, but we will be having a form, and we may use like this Zod library that they brought in as well. And essentially, they want us to update an invoice. Let's do the fun one and the easy one and delete an invoice. So all invoices are here. I want to click this button and it deletes the invoice. How does that work with SvelteKit Form Actions? Well, instead of having a method like a React server action that you pass in the form, you have an object that corresponds to the actions that your page is able to handle. So unfortunately or not, we do want an invoices server file. I mean, that's why I always need this. Which is going to have an actions object, and we want to export a delete action. And here, I guess we're going to be deleting the given ID, the invoice with the given ID. And we can try to bring in, do all the Zod stuff as well. So let's see. Do we have a delete invoice schema? Maybe it's hidden somewhere. So let's bring in Zod, this Validation library, bring all of these, not use server, that one we don't need. We can only will we be omitting everything? So that'd be easier to do, I guess. Do we need to do that, or can we validate whether something is a string? Yeah, that seems like, is it complicated? I'm not sure. We can just say the delete invoice schema just has the ID. That's it. And because you don't want to be like, oh, omit like every single field. And in here, we're going to be doing the deleting, which means that we need a handy helper method. And we have a lib server fetch invoices, which maybe we can rename to invoices, like all our invoices helpers are here. We can say const delete invoice. delete where ID. And we can export this. And we can say that in our base server, we can do the validation in here. I think this has help from data. Maybe not. Let's have a look. The request which has from data. From data. It's a request from data. Await it. And then we can parse this. But actually, all we need is to parse ID from delete invoice. From data get ID. And if we do have that, then we can actually delete it. And I guess this is gonna like error out. Maybe not. We'll figure it out when we get to validation, I'm sure. But what we want to do is delete invoice, pass the ID. Then we have like a deleted report. Delete 22. To 4. Why not? So we're not throwing the responses, I'm sure. We're just returning them. Oh, we can return an object. Sure. Or we can return fails or whatever else. Right, so how do we hit this action? In the form, we need to, since it's a named action, we want to use a query parameter in there. So back to the corresponding base of Svelte. Well, actually it's way in. So in the table, we have a button. Here we have the form. The action should be in the current page. Hit the delete action. It does have like the score here. So I guess this delete button can work with anything because it's going to be current page, delete something with a given ID, which is kind of neat, like a universal delete button. Sounds dangerous, but also fine. So this should magically hit the only related tabs open. And invoices server. So this form on submission is gonna magically hit something hand. This. Let's do again this. So this form, current page delete action. Current page delete action is this one. It's gonna hit this. It's gonna delete the invoice, and it's all gonna be amazing. So let's see. Steven Adams, 3 to 6. Say goodbye. Press the button. Did that do anything? Refresh the page. Answer is no. Wow, so many logs. Let's try it again. Let's say did we make it to the delete action? Or ID. But we didn't make it that far. Yeah, we're not hitting it. What are we missing? There must be something like some other SvelteKit magic. Yeah, method post. You need that. Unlike in React, here you do need method post. So I'm more confident this will work. Steven Adams 3 to 6. Gone. Boom. Al Maybert. Karen. No one wants Karen. Gone. Alright, so that works as expected. Don't forget method post. Next.js does do more magic, so you just pass it method here in the action and then it does everything for you, obfuscating everything, but this is cool. I think this means we can extract this button, and then if we have a delete customer button, we can use the same one and it will hit the one in the relevant page. So we can actually call it like delete button. Even delete form button and just delete button. And we can put it in our components for use later. And bring it in a more sensible way. So this Darlene, get him out. Gone. All right, something works. Let's delete it in widescreen. One of the Howard entries, one of the paid ones, delete. Done. Cool. So that one knows to like redirect the page, and I guess we can like enhance the form as well, because now it literally redirects. And if we just use an enhance, will it fetch the data correctly, at least? So our delete button enhance it without anything else, because we don't really need like optimistic UI or something like that. All right, even faster deletes. So without a full page reload, it's just done. Mildred Predowitz, the first, gone. And then we fetch the next one. So that reloading in Valdesen works. Why doesn't the other one work? I don't know. We'll get back to it at some point. But this one's cool. And we could have like a loading UI, so a loading spinner while this is happening if we enhance this form, which would be cool. We did it in Next.js, and I thought that that's an easier thing to do with React. But thinking about it now, I think it's as easy with SvelteKit, because we have the enhance here, which you can use to have a loading state and say, all right, we're submitting the form, saw a loading spinner while we're loading, and then when you're back, you can show like a success or something. or have the record exit out, disappear. But yeah, this just works, unlike the search functionality, which just doesn't. Maybe we can make the other thing be a form as well. We'll see. Window got happy. Suddenly, hello. She's excited when we do stuff that works. Doubly excited. So that's good. Right. So more exciting UI. Let's update invoices and see how that works. I have quite a lot of up here. They want to create a new invoice. Summer hug. Oh, little puppy break. Always needed, always appreciated. She's a good girl. Hope everyone knows this. I hope she will manage to fend for herself for a little while longer as we try to create this invoice page. Let's see. So, new route. We click this button. Let's make this button. Let's make this button work. Let's make this button look nice. This thing. Just a link. And I think this one is not part of the table, so we could just put it in there. And it should be fine. A second. Wow. Huge. All right. Looks quite nice, quite accessible with outline as well. Don't need this placeholder anymore. And in bigger screens, looks like this. I guess this could use a cap. Cap 2. All right, looks decent, I would say, and gets us in a new route, which we haven't created yet. So reinforce all learnings for this invoices create URL. We need to reflect it in our source routes directory. So source routes, dashboard, invoices, create, plus page, yes, Svelte for the UI. So we made it in here, and they want some UI for us. They have some UI for us. And they have a breadcrumbs component as well. And a form. So yeah, they don't have too much for us, I guess. We'll make it there eventually. breadcrumbs should be this. It's gonna look a bit nicer. Of course, we don't have this yet. And this form we don't have either. So let's get those things sorted. Breadcrumbs is a nav. That's neat. Copy all of these things. Should be a generic component, I imagine. We have a lot of food related stuff in engineering. Anyone else notice this? Cookies and toasts and classics, of course. Cookies are the most classic example. And once again, we need to say each instead of map. And it's here. And what else do we want? We want this ternary to actually be if block. This link is just a regular anchor tag. A regular old HTML. And the conditional class component. No need for keys either. Or it's either one or the other. So maybe that's a bit easier. Does that look nicer or not? I'm not sure. So yeah, that looks like it's gonna work. So we can bring in it here. There we go. Go back to the whole invoices route, and we get a nice animation as well. Nice. And then the form. It seems to be a bit more complicated. As a form action again, create form for invoices should be the correct one. Wow, huge. Let's make it happen. Svelte, all of these things. No need for the CSX comment, but we can still group it like this. The action, I guess it's gonna be create, or the default action. So if it's default action, do I just say nothing? can say nothing. But I should remember method post. Never forget, never again. Never again. And looks like these look fine. Once again, I need to say its customer as its customers as customer. And it's, we don't need a key. And non-interactive user icon. Fair enough. Invoice amount comment for our convenience. Every class name should have been class all along. Wow, quite a lot of stuff here, but we're getting through it. Currency dollar icon. Is there a dollar? A form error message. I added this later, so that's a nice optimization in the next chapter. 4. HTML4. This is another problem with like JavaScript. Some keywords are reserved, like for, like class. So in JavaScript you use class name and HTML4 instead of class and for. But Svelte, with its trick of having its HTML part of templating look like HTML, they can use the normal keywords, which is cool. Prisma will have something for us here, but it's not willing to help us. Yeah, from here. Why not? We were not in a that block. That was the reason. It was me. Invoice amount. Sure. Stepper had a problem with in the repo. But I think I fixed it now. Like min value, some good browser native validation going on here. This will just be anchor. Let's just get you back. And then submit button. What does that do? Is it just a button? Right, just a button. But I've made a bit cooler. Alright, somehow, maybe all of this will just work. bring this in. All right, all we need. Wow, this border is intense. Can do something about it. And this stepper, also not the best stepper in the world, overflows a bit to the right. Let's see if we can do it. And this as well. Wow, the icon, everything seems to be a bit offset. I guess maybe they have like some global styles. My dog's making too much noise, let me know. But first, let's fetch our customers. So in our server, don't need this here. We're taking inspiration from the other server file that we had. Also, we need to take inspiration from the other server file that we had. It was fetching data. I think, do I need to steal this from my doggies? Too loud for a live stream. Sorry, girl. You're a good girl, though. You can play with this. Also makes a noise, but maybe it's a better type of noise. Maybe I should have left her alone. Oh well, we'll find out. Let's just copy everything from here. Or create server file. Summer, my lovely dog, is stressing on me. She's like, you can't just take my toy and then stop giving me attention. That's not the trade I'm looking for. That's not how it works. So here, I guess we shouldn't be streaming this. That'd be a bit silly. And also, we are in like a dashboard situation, like a create invoice situation. At this point, the user should be more willing to wait for a moment. So I just want the customers here. Do we have like a fetch customers? We do not. So let's create it. We have a DB invoices helper here. And let's create a yes. Maybe taking inspiration from the other file. Guess we won't be doing that much. Fetch customers. On this one, we just want all of them. So doesn't even need to be a sync. It's going to be Prisma, customer, and mini, and that's it. Get them all. Get them. Although, what are we usually showing there? Let's have a look at the form. Customer ID, customer name. So just select customer ID name. And that should be it. Page server, we don't want their like icon. Maybe at some point we can make this a nicer input, but not now. Okay, sounds. False alarm, approved toy, played with, you never know. We will remember the remote control story. Didn't want to repeat it then. So now we should be loading all the customers in the Word. Which means if we export that data here, it will magically be populated with customers. Which means that in our form component we can pass data customers, and magically they appear here. We can select them, and it's all good. But actually, I guess instead of lazily using that type, would be better off served right in a custom one. So customer, actually, all we need, it's like a select customer. And that's it. And we can see that the customers is exactly that. And it works just the same. However, when we do the create, TypeScript is happy because it's like, all right, this thing that has fewer properties is enough now. Which is kind of neat. So they are trying to do like some stuff here. But yeah, I'm talking about these elements not being affected by the padding, seemingly. Let's see, is there like something we can do here? Is it tailwind forms? Yeah, I don't have tailwind forms. I think that's gonna fix it. I think there is a plugin. Whoa, that's old. Super old. Tailwind. Let's bring that in. Install. So approved toy, but definitely not very live stream friendly. Let me know if it gets too crazy. And magically, like this arrow looks nice, everything behaves as we expect it to. Awesome. And this, I think, matches my color scheme, my dark or light theme. Maybe not. Made that up. Not quite true. Oh yeah, it is true. Kinda true. Yeah, so according, if I have dark color scheme, these radio buttons become dark, and if not, then they're light. Kinda neat. Cool. Where is this problem? We don't have many fours. This seems to match this. Seems to match this. Seems to match this. Also seems to match. This one. Interesting. Isn't it this? It's not actually a select or a radio or something. But it is. Should it be like a select group? So there is nothing with this ID, sadly. If I put it here, will that do anything? should be like an input group. Audio input group. Good for accessibility. How do you group them? Field set. Oh, they're saying have a legend here. All right, let's do it like that. Sounds legit. So field set. And this is the legend. It's out of 4. Did my Chrome update flip out with the color schemes here, and now I'm getting the white, blind in white background. Oh well, doesn't really matter. It does seem this fixed it. I'm not sure if I click on this, should it be like highlighting one of those? Doesn't really matter. But it was cool to check. Why are we doing all of this? We're doing all of this because if we do not click cancel, if we click create invoice and we have a correct amount, we should be going to the backend and creating a new invoice. All right. And then we should be redirecting, which I think we can do. We can throw a redirect in the end. And be happy. All right. So here, instead of delete action, we have a default action, and we're gonna do stuff. And in the end, we're gonna throw a redirect. To dashboard invoices, where we can see our newly created invoice. It's going to be grand. It's going to be awesome. But what we'll actually be doing is validating we got a correct invoice and .stack. And the create invoice schema is going to be this. And without an ID, we won't be getting an ID. And we won't be getting a date. Just default to the new date. But we do need a customer ID. That's the person we select here. We do want an amount. And the result validation library is nice because it's gonna make this string input, this string value, which will always be a string value since it's an HTML input. It's gonna coerce it into a number, parse it for us, nice. And then it's also gonna validate that the status was either one of those two. Cool. So let's use that one. Kind of like so. And then we're gonna call a create invoice method. That's gonna look a little something like this. Create. And then in the data key, I guess this has to have string, no, already wrong. Can I just say parcel and be done with it? Data is going to be invoice parcel. I guess we could let's call it data. What's this problem? Alright, not gonna do that. Invoice parcel. Let's try again. We want customer ID or customer ID. Not sure. Unclear. We definitely want amount number. Yeah. But it's not happy. Well, this should be invoice created, but can we magically get this? It feels like we should. Feels like this should be a real thing because it's telling me this ain't matching. But I guess they're not. Shouldn't be any. Oh well. Else amount number. Then this is flipping out. Why? Is it not data? Am I making this up? Ugh. Come on. Oh no, it's correct. Prisma invoice create data and then what's the problem? It's saying that I definitely need the status. Interesting. Paid or pending. But I want something else. Customer ID. Hopefully. They also want customer ID string. Is that the real thing? Customer ID. Yeah, here we go. Samarina, what's up? Alright, my dog is getting in a critical situation, so let's do this and get out. Samir, sit. Good girl. Alright, create invoice looks like it's gonna work. So let's use create invoice here. And pass in customer ID, amount, status. Did we case this indeed like this? I guess the answer is yes. So customer ID should actually be aliased. Just put it last because I like the shortcut assigned attributes to be first. But if my calculations are correct, after we look at this amazing UI again, the view transitions. If we create an invoice now, they should be at the top. So anyone but Howard. Let's do Miss Olivia. Amount 1, 2, 3, 45. Invoice status pending. Created. Internal error. Awesome. Received undefined. So something is missing. That's good. I think. Yeah, here the name is customer ID, which is correct. Defined for what? Are we not checking them correctly? We have customer ID, we have status, and we have amount. And what are we doing on the backend? It looks like all of these should be correct. Oh, how did we not omit date? How did we not omit date? Miss Olivia. All right, it worked. Looks like it worked. Yeah. Miss Olivia. Create invoice to Miss Alma. Different number. Paid invoice. And there you go. You'll notice that there is no view transition for this one because it's a vanilla browser navigation. But maybe enhanced form is gonna make it work for us. Let's see. So enhance. Use enhance. Enhance this form with JavaScript. And let's see. Let's do Alejandro. A lot of money. Paid. All right, cool. The precision on our database is just like date, so not daytime for some reason. I don't know why. So Alejandro does appear. We do have the cool view transitions, awesome, but he's not the last person here because it's just sense, I guess, at that point. But yeah, looks like it works like it's supposed to. This is awesome. What else can we do? I think, yeah, what we were adding, we are supposed to store the amount in cents. So that's something that should have been tested for sure. So I'm thinking, so let's just say, where should I say that this amount is in cents? So I will call this data shorthand assignment, just to make this more obvious and me more likely to remember that this should be in cents. So now, if we do one for Mildred, whoa. Did I say both bases? Didn't mean to do times 100 here, but how did that break? What did I forget to change? Oh yeah, that one I can't align anymore. So parcel guess I can do this case in here. Status, customer ID, get them, alias them, Darlene. Oh, almost. What else did it change? Yeah, it changed the customer ID field. I love changing a million things at a time. Alright, Patrick, you're up. Here you go. Patrick, got a new invoice. It works. Awesome. Awesome. And obviously this refetches as well. The only thing that doesn't refetch is how we've done the search part. So that's something to fix for sure. What else? I think the next one is the edit invoice. And revalidation and all that redirects. We're just doing them. Everything works. But I guess it's going to be very similar to our create page, but we'll have a dynamic ID as well. So that's the thing that we want to create. Have we done this in this episode, in these live streams? This episode for sure, no, but in this series of live streams, not sure if we've done it. And what they want us here is use dynamic route parameters. And interestingly enough, there are like a few ways to do this. You could do like invoices, dynamic ID, edit, or you could do invoices, edit, dynamic ID. Doesn't really matter. But let's do that one. Let's go with what they're doing by creating a directory, magic slug ID, and another one for edit. And in there, we'll want a page and a server, much like the one for create. So we'll definitely be getting inspired by this. And this one should get us there. Is it getting us there? Is it just a slug? No, it's not. Right, so our table have an edit thingy here. This is not date. At this point it's a string somehow, but we'll fix it somehow. That's something that caused us a problem before. And date string. And customer. Right, why are we here? Because we want an anchor tag for edit. Oh, it's update invoice. We just need an edit here. So now if we press here, we will get to that place, but we're bringing in form from a different place. That form, should it be like generic? Could be. It's an edit form for invoices. So let's bring it up and see what happens. Our create page will break. Then we save and it's fine. Is it? It is. And then we go to the edit page. And this one. And if we manage to get it from the correct place, it's here. Will it just work? Yeah. Interesting. Only instead of cancel, it's create. So that's the interesting part I was talking about before, that maybe we can have the exact same UI element, and just by the fact that it's going to be in a different page, it's going to do something different. It's not going to create an invoice, it's going to edit an invoice. So that's cool, isn't it? Let's see if we can make it work. Because unlike Next.js, we're not passing the action method literally here. We are using the default action of the page we're in. So that's cool. That's something I hadn't thought of before. In the edit context, have different breadcrumbs, which they lovingly provide for us. Oh. The ID, of course. We need the ID from the data parameters and other things from there. We need the whole invoice, I guess. So here, instead of just the customers, in the equivalent method for stuff here we didn't need. So in the equivalent page for editing, we load the customers because we need that, but we also want to load the current invoice. So fetch the current invoice. And we can call this like fetch invoice by ID. We'll go to our invoices helper, or we can just call it like fetch invoice. And unique, what does it get? Does it still get like data ID? Where ID? Sure. And we don't want it to throw an error, I guess. But now in the server, we can do fetch invoice. But once the ID, you may ask, well, SvelteKit will magically have the params here for us. And we can get the ID from the params. Like params ID here. in SvelteKit, I'll say this every time because I love how it works, will type this for us. It's guaranteed to be a string here, and it's typed for us. Well, Next.js will not type anything like that. You need to do it manually, and it's kind of a hassle. Here it just works. All right, so we return the customers and the invoice. This is flipping out for some reason. Why not? What's the problem? ID is not defined. We're way past that. Ah, yeah, didn't actually use it here. So now if we export let data, then the breadcrumbs I guess maybe it's like reactive assignment, because that depends on the data ID, data invoice ID even. But if there is no invoice, how do I 404? Exactly like this. So in the server, if no invoice, we throw an error. And now SvelteKit should know SvelteKit should know that this is always defined at this point, and everything works just fine. Cool. So what remains is for this form to potentially take a customer. So let's enter an invoice. Sorry, an invoice. Is there anything else in the Next.js dashboard? I'm just double checking, is it that it's the same UI? Because we do have the timestamp as well, but I don't think you were able to edit that one. Ooh, it's taken a while. The glimmer looks nice. Well, we do want to go here anyway. Create invoice. No, it's exactly the same UI. It's exactly the same UI as I was saying. So that's cool. We need this text to be dynamic. So the create invoice, my head is in the way there. We need this text to be dynamic. And we need to be able to pass in the starting invoice, I suppose. How do we do that? Because people would be able to mutate it, I guess. Passing data invoice, and we can say in this form this has customer ID, underscore ID even, amount, and status spending or paid. So here, or could be null, I guess. And the question is, should we be binding these values? And we may need, what do we need? A hidden input? Maybe, I'm not sure. We can just have it. We could be taken. If we have an invoice ID, then also include this input. Why not? And we could even do like a ternary here. If we have an ID, then it's edit invoice. Or else it's not. So that's sorted. And the thing is, like, do I need to bind all these values? That's a good question. Do I just not need to worry about this in SvelteKit land? Not sure. I will trust that because I don't need to use it anywhere else. This is like the default value, and then I can just submit the form normally. And the status, whatever update, not sure. What are we doing in the create form here? Select. So here, default value is what? How do you not know? Because it's the create form. The edit form should have some cleverness there. So here, they use the default value. And it's already mapped to not be in sense, I guess. We did that. Default checked. It's checked. Default checked is not a real thing, it's like a React thing. It can be undefined. Great. we'd use the same one for pending. And what remains is the customer selector. So here, choose a customer. Shouldn't it be like selected equals something? No, let's select as a regular value. So if invoice customer ID, these are undefined. So Patrick Bracos. So where we get kind of flickers in. This is interesting. It does look like it updates just fine. So Miss Olivia, does work. Does it like not formatted? Kind of funny. Why does it update like this? Why isn't this one pre-selected? How does this thing get the invoice? I guess is my question. Okay, we can just type a string. That should be fine. And the data, yeah, this should always be defined. So I don't really know what the problem is there. Oh well. We can make this slightly faster by making this run parallel. Months there, but looks fine now. Looks just the same. No flickering, and I don't do a hard reload, which is interesting. But in any case, in this case, in the edit case, we have an edit invoice, where we just commit the date, and we also try to parse the ID, the hidden input that we had. And then, should we redirect here? Well, we can redirect, I guess. We can redirect. Even though usually you'd have like a toast that pops up and said, everything saved. In any case, we'll take inspiration, aka copy paste, create invoice, make update invoice based on that. It will need to have an ID. And we'll want to update where ID. should be happy. No RLS, row level security, or anything like that. Anyone that can log into this website can update any invoice and create invoices for everyone. So back here, update the invoice. We want to pass the ID, and we should be good to go. All right, 19900. Let's switch it to paid, but actually 19995. Edit, back, edit it, create, persist it, go there, all good. Can cancel this one. Let's make it this. Keep it paid. This will be a wrath. Correct. Incorrect here. I guess it doesn't always format to like 2 steps. What can we do about that one? What type of input is it? Let's have a look. Mount here. Can we do currency here? Is that like a real type? Maybe not. It's just a number with min max. And the step is that much. So what's this guy say? Is it completely different? We have quite a few types of inputs, but nothing more than that. Anything for currency, like precision here. Guess I'm supposed to format it. We are using min and step. That should be fine. It only appears if it's actually using it. Oh well, doesn't really matter that much. Ooh, what happened there? No one's selected. The first one should be selected. Oh. Are we doing anything weird with the index? With the customers? Do we have like an option selected? There's always this like trick of the first option in this. It's hard for me to search or sort out configuring your voice chat in the Google ecosystem. How do you mean? Like having my voice chat have an AI voice and then people can hear it? I'm not sure how you mean. That sounds fun. Select seems to be the thing we want. instead of the value here. We can still do this check. So Paul has some interesting ideas in the chat, but I'm still unsure. Would it be analyzing my voice or would it be vocalizing the chat? Would it be like a transcription type of thing where I say something and then it gets pasted in the chat or something like that? Or would it make the chat speak out? So if we have an invoice customer ID, I want to check whether the invoice customer ID equals the customer .id, or else if the index is 0, like select the very first one. That may work. So now no flickering, and it has selected the first one because we are on the create invoice. On edit invoice, it has created brackets. It has selected brackets. So perfect, no flickering, no nothing. This is the correct way to do it. I think you can put in a value on a select element, but deprecate it, I'd say. Just use a select in one of the options here. Sure. And the classic way to put like a placeholder in here is hack it with a fake option. Like select a customer to have like a heading. All right, let's create one, confirm it still works. We created this one, it does still work. Edit another one. Small invoice for Miss Alma, actually. Edit. So there you go, we can edit everything. So all of this seems to work. Is there anything else that they have here in this chapter? It looks like no. So I think we're good. I think we're good to go. It's chapter 12. It's actually chapter 11. Mutating data. We haven't really done this one. We've added the invoices page. And that's about it. Because we couldn't manage to make this to work, and pagination would be like too hard, but we may do it in the next episode. Handling errors, I think that was another big one from last time we did it. How to handle errors gracefully. So the first thing they wanted us to do is in these server actions we created, if this throws an error, then it flips out. And I guess that even here, if this validation flips out, then it errors out ungracefully. So, but we're not going to do exactly like that. We're just doing this SQL thingy. But we also want to do stuff when the validation fails. and they have a generic error boundary, which maybe we will be making. Maybe it's worth to have like an extra episode on this. We'll see, because we also need to do authentication, or maybe we'll move on to something else. Who knows? Let's see. Errors. Oh, great. Is there an error boundary? So handler in our hook, which I don't think we even have a server hook just yet. We have like an error boundary. Ah, plus error. There you go. Here we are. So let's try to recreate the same thing. Let's say that, what do we want to do here? So the delete button will use the action from the invoices page. So this one. So let's say throw new error. Boom. And then when we try to delete something, we get this. And what Next.js is saying is that we can have a more local error boundary here, which we may just do. So another type of magic file for SvelteKit is plus error .ts. Sorry, it's UI, so it's .svelte. And it will get an error message. So let's see. So we make this blow up, and it doesn't actually expose what went wrong. It just has a generic internal error here. Cool. But only when it happens in the UI. And there is no reload method. What could we be doing? And 444s as well, we get a different error. So if we say 44, get a 44 go there, get this. But it'd be nice to have like some placeholder UI. Oh, interesting. So Next.js has a separate file for not found and error pages. It seems like this one just has the one. And I guess we could have like a page reload. If this fails, we can navigate to another route or try to go back to this one, and it will work without us having to hard refresh, which is kind of neat. But how do we want to recover? Invalidate all. it's different 404 not found for this one, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't think I'll spend too much time, given we're more than 4 hours into the stream once again. I think we'll come back to see how we can do the breadcrumbs and handling errors, improve accessibility. And if we can sneak in authentication and that stuff, I'd be keen to do them, but I don't know. These are gonna be a lot of work. Let me know if you want to see them. Let me know if you just want to move on. Let me know if you want me to do more Next.js or Astro or whatever else. Because I'm always looking to do stuff that you find helpful as well. But yeah, this one we did well. Essentially the only thing we did today, we managed to have the forms working just nicely and lovely, whether we create a new one or edit an old one. And we use a lot of UI, which is great. Build it once, use it in many places, test one, you've tested essentially all of them. Or you need to refactor one of them, and then it propagates to everything. You don't need to have a million places where you need to accommodate your changes. We also did the same for the avatars, which was quite cool. But yeah, we did do this invoices page. We could do a customer page as well, but we didn't get this pagination, this search to work. And we'll see. I'll figure it out. If yes, I will update. Maybe I will have the pagination kinda prepared and then I will talk about it, because it may be boring to see me actually implement it. But what will be exciting is to do the auth. So now there is no auth functionality. You can just walk, you can simply walk into the dashboard, and we want to protect that under username and password. But maybe I'll do something else. Maybe I'll do like GitHub provider, because we did username and password in the Next.js stream, and maybe it's time to try something new. Not sure. All right, in any case, this has been a pleasure. Thankfully, my doggy calmed down and allowed me this pleasurable lizard stream of 4 hours and 17 minutes, I see. But I think this is gonna be it for today. We went from not having this page at all and the edit and create functionality to having them. It seems like maybe on some displays I could make the slide in be a bit slower. It's a bit too fast for me. And I've also shown how you can conditionally have this, so a user could have the option to turn off this the view transitions if they look too tiring. If you see them a few times, they look cool. If you see them all the time when you work, maybe they're not as cool. I like the breadcrumbs. They're neat. All right. Once again, it's been a pleasure to stream today. It's Tuesday, so the next one is going to be Friday. Looking forward to see you there. Let me know in the comments what you'd like me to cover, as always. And I hope you have a lovely, lovely rest of the week.